Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it, just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive. I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're watching us around the world from Willow Springs Raceway in Rosamond, California. This is the second day of Porsche Owners Club Cup racing. Now, things have gone topsy-turvy, and I'm not saying that because of what happened yesterday, but we were supposed to show Orange Cup qualifying. That has actually turned into Orange Cup Race 2. So midway through the race yesterday, the second race, there was an incident where a driver lost control and had a decent accident. They were able to walk away. Now, because of that, series officials ended up throwing the black flag, so that completely ended proceedings for the second orange race. They moved that race to this morning, and because the black flag and everybody passed the start-finish line before the halfway point, we now get to re-rack and start race 2 like it never even happened yesterday. So we've got that going on. Well, there's also an incident today during the PDS, one of the PDS sessions, which caused another black flag all track cleanup. We're running a little bit behind today. So for the time being, before we can get started, we're going to show you the sights and sounds of Willow Springs Raceway here on Sunday morning in California.
Morning.
As you see the spec boxer field making their way into their positions. And of course, because we're re-racking what we had yesterday, it's the same grid basically that we had. We might lose at least one or two different cars. Let's take a look at the starting grid as you see the 917 of Ryan Moore pulling into his second starting position. It's going to be a great start for him, but then again, we saw in the race 2 that wasn't race 2 how close he was, he and Mayman. It's, of course, Rob Walker and Ryan Moore running alongside each other. You go back to row 2, and it's Nigel Maidment. And the surprise of the weekend also, Chris McDuff in the 732. Row 3 will be Alex Maslow in the 209 and Nick Killarney in the 227. That's one driver who's pretty glad that race 2 is a re-rack because now he gets to see if he can really make things better. Row 4 is going to be the 777 of Byron Allen and the 228 of Larry Haas. So there you see the 209 of Alex Maslov on your screen. Row 5 is John Krylo and Brian O'Meara. O'Meara with a decent starting spot from yesterday. Over to row number 6, it's Adam Abrams in the 704, David Gold in the 591. And you go off to row 7, and it's Andrew Wayman and Mike Porteous running the 918. It said 918, but he also was 170, so we'll see how he is once he gets out there. Row 8, Kunal Hinduja and Garrett Robinson. Robinson had some good battles there on the back half of the field. It was with this next row, Gil Briganti in the 700 and Alicia Ray in the 834. Over to row 10, Bob Chang and Branimir Kovac. Kovac had a rough go in race 1, had a good restart in race 2, but again, the sole restart, so everything's new. Then you go to row 11, and it's Ted Fretch and Randy Bergram. That makes up wave number 1. Go over to the second starting group, and that is Aspasia Zouris and Jane Scarcello. Zouris with issues in race number 2. We'll see if the old race number 2, I should say. We'll see how she can rebound after that. And then you go back to row 2 in the second start group, which is row 13 overall, John Momeyer and Vivek Hazari. Momeyer coming off a provisional win last time out, and Hazari trying to see if he can stop the Momeyer train. Of course, Hazari was won basically everything in sight, but this is the first time that he finished second all season long. So it's the 26 cars as grid is finally getting going. I think we are at a 1 to go. And as we are just about started for today's Spec Boxster race number 1, I should say the orange group, so Boxster GT5 and GT7 as well as Spec 2.0. And that should should wrap up the race number 2 of the weekend for the orange class. Kind of strange to have this, but if you're just tuning in, we had an incident just before the halfway point of the second orange race yesterday, caused a stoppage of the race before halfway. So the rules state that if you stop the race before halfway, it would have been complete and total restart, which it is. But if they would have black flagged all after halfway, the race would have been completed. So cars are rolling off now and getting set for race number 1 of the morning, race number 2 of the weekend for the orange class. They will have a third race here shortly. Larry Haas, we heard, just got a medal for hard charger last night. No surprise, he was really up on that wheel, and very happy to see that he was able to get that. So we'll see how that works out for him in a little while, to say the least. But he should be able to climb up through the ranks. You can see there is a complete grid up and down the field so far as they're working their way through turn number 4. As you see, not as windy as it was yesterday, so that's some good news. But we'll hopefully the cameras won't be shaking as much. It was a little rough to watch. Hopefully nobody really had suffered any motion sickness while watching yesterday's races. But either way, single file, we'll see them come off of turn number 5, and then they will start to pack up around turn number 6 down through the field. As you see, the Spec Boxsters, they are lining up, and they'll have the GT7s behind them as well, as Bergram closing in once again. And there you go. You've got your GT5s back, also getting ready. Like, decent gap between the two waves as we start the ever rare Sunday morning race to get things going. We'll have qualifying for the red group in just a little bit, but first we've got 12 laps of racing as a makeup race number 2 here at Willow Springs. Your front row once again is Rob Walker and Ryan Moore. Now, Walker, as we saw in race 1, was able to get away early, but in race number 2, at least the true indicator race number 2, Ryan Moore was able to keep tabs on Walker. Maymet also there as well, but McDuff fell back just a little bit. We'll see how these go as the field works their way around turn number 9. Walker really holding steady, trying to keep Moore and the rest of the field at bay. Nice and tight for the first wave as they'll start to pick up speed coming down the straightaway. Here comes your leaders down the front stretch, and a little bit wide already at the back. Green flag is underway as we fan out to 2-3 wide. And Ryan Moore doing a great job of staying steady, but you see Nigel Maymet looking to the inside of Rob Walker. He's not going to be able to do it, but Maymet going to battle Ryan Moore there for second place. Coming around turn number 1. So far, so good for Rob Walker as he opens up that gap a little bit. Moore gets a little bit of a nose advantage through there as Maymet McDuff are also battling for position, but still Maymet trying to go high, wide, and handsome through turn number 2. We'll see how they look coming out of turn number 2 as Maymet, your pole sitter for race number 1, now moves his way into second place. McDuff in third, and looks like Killarney has fallen back just a little bit. As you see Walker, Maymet, Moore, and McDuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. Green flag for the second wave back there. We'll catch up on them in just a little bit, but so far single file for the rest of the field. Looks like Maslov has made his way into 5th, so that's only 1 spot loss for Killarney as they work their way through turn number 5. And a couple of hard chargers already making their way through the field. You see the, I believe that's going to be the one of Wayman trying to get his way around. But so far, so good. I see the looks like Krylo might be up there as well, but the second wave making their way through turn number 4. They'll set up for turn number 5. But look at Maymet. He's about 1 to 2 car lengths up on Rob Walker. That's not something you see normally. Maymet, though, has found that extra gear, and he wants that lead early on. It's Walker and Maymet 1 and 2. As 0.3 of a second separate your leaders coming into the front straightaway. Oh, love this camera shot here going into turn number 1 as you see Haas try to go to the inside of Killarney through turn number 1. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that position, though, as that's going to be a good setup spot for Killarney, who's going to be on the inside. And looking at that, I believe that Killarney able to keep that spot away from Larry Haas. And Haas falling back into the clutches of Adam Abrams as well. Krylo also with good contention back there. As you see a nice gap already between the Spec Boxsters and the GT7s, which the GT7s, you've got Randy Bergram ahead of Ted Fretch so far this race. Again, that's a 12-lap race as we set up for race number 3 later on this afternoon, but still no change amongst the top, and Rob Walker's finally gotten up to the front. You know, we heard at the dinner last night that Rob Walker said, you know, I attribute my race win yesterday and my race win at Long Beach and Porsche Career Cup North America as just luck. Good to see that Rob Walker's also a comedian as well as he works his way around turn number 9. You're on board with your leader as he sets himself up for another lap. Again, 0.3 of a second separated the two drivers last time. Walker with the fastest lap of the race so far, 31.228. So a good start for the number 53 of Walker, your Spec Boxster leader, as lots of battles going on through the back of the pack as well. There's Ryan Moore's on board, as you see that he's Maidman has lost a little bit to Walker, but still close enough to where if a wheel goes wrong or something goes off with Walker, which it's Rob Walk. Come on, we know that doesn't happen that much. That he will be able to capitalize on something, but looks like that Mayman's just really quick through this 3, 4, 5 complex. A good battle back there with McDuff and Maslow for 5th place. Killarney's falling back just a little bit into the clutches of Larry Haas still, as another lap will be in the books here shortly through turn number 8. And you see a battle for position back here with Krylo, and I believe that's going to be Abrams there, because there's Wayman. So yes, this is going to be a battle for 8th place between the 704 of Adam Abrams and the 682 of John Krylo. Let's see how they are through turn 9, and it looks like that Krylo has gotten around Abrams, so move that blue Boxster up into the 8th position. Everybody kind of saving their equipment because they've got another race and they've got to keep the same tires that they qualified on. Oh, we got one car off there in turn number 9. Not sure who that is. We'll see. Looks like it's a drop off there, but the numbers here shortly, and you see already in GT5, Zoris, fastest lap of the race, and already really opening up the hurt. Looks like that was Ted Fretch who went off into the gravel to the runoff there. But Porteous coming back out. So it might be Mike Porteous, actually. Let's go to the Spec 2.7 battle, where John Momeyer is he's battling traffic. He's got Vivek Hazari behind him as well. Momeyer catching the back end of the GT5 traffic, and we'll see how that works out here for the 6 of Momeyer. He is your race winner earlier on, and now closing in on the on this battle right here. You see Jane Scarcello, and I believe Jane Scarcello is in the Miata. There's Mike Porteous in the 170, so he is back out there ahead. Kunal Hinduja's not logged a time. I'm not sure if he's got some sort of issues with his transponder, but Hinduja is falling back down through the order. But look at how close Momeyer is. You see out of the back, he's got a decent sized gap between he and Vivek Hazari, which Hazari, I mean, look, he's got a lot of track time here, although most of it's on 2 wheels. He started here in the 550 Superbike 400 modified and lightweight battle of the twins, but he is still a race instructor, so it's good to see he's doubled his wheels and put a cage around him. I mean, this looks like a fun motorcycle track, but I think it's just as fun a 4-wheel track as it is a motorcycle track. So looking at the back, looks like Momeyer gets around one, gets around Scarcello. Now he's going to go to the inside. Porteous knows that the time is now to drop the hammer and open up that gap just a little bit, but look at Porteous. He's trying to get Momeyer. However, that's just an out-of-class battle right there, as you see a little bit of skippage, but Porteous hanging tough as he tries to go high, wide, and handsome around turn number 2. And I'm trying to look out on the left side of the windshield as, oh, that's actually going to be my right side as they work their way through turn number 4. Yeah, Hazari's really closed in. You see how much bigger that he is. Of course, now it's Vivek's turn to have to get around Scarcello and Porteous as they work their way up and around turn number 4. Now set themselves up for turn number 5. These two look like that they're side by side for a pace lap already. So it's going to be easier said than done for some of these cars to get around. And now Scarcello gets into single file. That gives Vivek a chance to at least get around one. Let's see if he gets around the other one. So yeah, Vivek still side by side with Porteous in the 170, and he's tucking in behind the Scarcello, and Scarcello is going to drag him along and bring him past there. Let's see when he gets around Scarcello, but I think once that happens, the race is going to be on for Spec 2.7. Here comes Azari. We'll take a look at also a battle for position coming off the top of the hill, and that looks like that is right there. That's the red, white, and blue. Also, you've got I think it's gonna be, no, it's not Brando. So that is, yeah, definitely Brandemeyer Kovac and Adam Abrams. Abrams in 9th, Kovac in 10th right there. You see them coming around turn number 8. Now they set themselves up for turn number 9 as the gap last time was 1.1 seconds. Behind them, you've got a decent battle with Ray, Hinduja, and looks like Briganti. Actually, Ray, Hinduja, and Briganti are all involved in the battle back here as well. So lots of nice tight battles for position. This is actually for 15th. You see that Alicia Ray trying to hold off, and look who's coming up as well. It's Zoris in the 216. You see she's trying to close in on these 3 cars making their way through the field. So about a half second separate this battle for 15th, as now you see Briganti going around the outside here. That's what I love about the low horsepower classes. You really got to work you catch up to them really close, but you really got to work to get around some of these drivers as we're working 6 laps to go. And now you see Zoris picking her way through the field, gets by 1. That's going to be Briganti in the 700, and a couple more spec boxers also involved. Saw a little bit of dust kicked up, but one tire can make a big difference in showing how much dust has been picked up. Either way, working up and around turn number 4. I'm just glad that we're not as windy today as we have been all day yesterday. So we're not seeing a shake of the cameras, but either way, it's great to be here and great to see how much racing we have going on in this field. And it's Ray, Hinduja, Briganti working their way through turn number 7. Zoris gets around Hinduja, now sets up for Ray, who's in that blue 834 spec boxer coming through turn 9. Be the first car you see, and look at how high Zoris is, as she still could not get around Ray. And now Hinduja's going to try and go around the inside. This is going to be a battle for 15, 3 wide, but Zoris makes easy work. And of course, because of that, you've got Hinduja, who's gotten around Ray. So move Hinduja for the time being to 15th, but that's going to change here shortly as they still work their way around. Oh, nice save by Hinduja coming off of turn 1. I swear that right rear just slid its way off, and he was able to catch it, which is a great thing. Now Zoris gets away from this battle as it keeps tightening up for Spec Boxer. At the line, it was Hinduja over Ray by 0.092 seconds, but Alicia was able to get around and get that position back as they come down through turn number 5 once again. Those two are really opening up a big gap, to say the least, over Gil Briganti in the number 700. Gil also running the time trial program, so a lot to be said for somebody to get out there, get that extra track time, and looks like that it's been helping him out because he's been really hanging nice and tight with this pack of 3 back here. And of course, I'm looking at the back as well. You've got obviously Scarcello, but Hazari and Momeyer pretty close to one another as they work their way around. 4 laps to go as your GT5 leader Zoris comes down on the front straightaway once again. And Ray's going to have to try and keep Hinduja and Briganti behind her as they come down to the line. Once again, Hinduja this time tries to go around the outside, thinks better of it as Ray shuts the front door on him down the straightaway and takes a more defensive approach heading into turn number 1. It doesn't hurt either of their approaches, but take a look at how close Briganti is getting to Kunal Hinduja. As it was about 5-6 car lengths last time. It's cut in half now because of the battles. We got a car that picked up a couple of dust particles. No harm, no foul. working into turn number 3. Let's see how this battle for 15th shapes up, and still Ray gets a little bit deeper on the brakes. Of course, it's tough to get around Ray. She's a level 2 instructor. She's also instructor for PDS. So if anybody knows how to get around these parts, it's got to be Ray. Of course, the Motorsports Foundation with a fantastic training program for instructors, basically industry-wide. Scott Elkins and the crew did such a great job lining up. Of course, now it means Scott Elkins gets to play instructor for IndyCar officials too. So I guess it's multifaceted, to say the least. Working our way through turn number 8 once again, and looking out the back, we got a tight battle there for position. I think that is further back in the Spec Boxster class, because you see Bob Chang hanging back there. John Momeyer, though, with a huge gap between he and Hazari. Let's see, there's Momeyer coming out of turn number 9, and let's see here, there's Hazari. So Momeyer doing all he can to keep the Hazari in a decent gap. Of course, he is following Jane Scarcello. David Gold falling back through the order. He has gotten, did he get by? Let's see what happens. We may have lost the 591 of David Gold according to our timing and scoring screen, but either way, I gotta say, Momeyer's having a great weekend so far here at Willow Springs, as again, he was your provisional winner in race number 1. And if all goes well, he's got a 6-second gap between he and Hazari. You see Jane Scarcello up ahead. They were both able to shake Mike Porteous, but still not able to get around one another. I think David Gold might be somewhere either on the track or in the pits, because he has not come by yet in his number 591. But downhill of turn number 6, back in, setting up for turn number 6, going up and down through the backside of the circuit. And indeed, Bergram and Fretch did get around him, so David Gold is either A in the pits or B, he is done for the day, as you see Momeyer trying to do what he can to go around the outside of Scarcello. But here's the thing, 2 laps to go, still plenty of time for any move to happen if he can't get around Scarcello, but at the same time, why push the envelope? Got a battle for position back here with Karen Robinson and Brian O'Meara, as O'Meara was tight on the front straightaway, was able to get around Robinson. That is for position, and that's going to be for 12th place in the Spec Boxster class. And of course, you'll see here in a bit, every once in a while, you see Zoris popping in. So Aspasia looking pretty good so far for her first weekend here for her race weekend here at Willow Springs. White flag is out for Rob Walker, 1 lap to go, and really this has been the shortest lead that he has had. He's only gotten stretched the gap to 2 seconds, but Ryan Moore fallen off just a little bit, way back off of Maidment, as Moore and McDuff are trying to fight. No, not necessarily fight, because there's a decent sized gap for that bottom step of the podium, but Maslov, Killarney, and Haas are all in position for that 5th spot, trying to get that top 5 here, as Walker once again showing why he's so good, able to really gap and maintain that gap. And of course, a lot of that comes from racing in Porsche Carrera Cup North America. It's such a tough series, especially in the Masters class, where really one of a handful of drivers can win at any point in that class. Of course, when you got Scott Blend in the same class as you, yeah, that's no surprise that you've got to really up your game, and it shows here in Spec Boxster, as he does his best to try and do well, and of course does well here in Porsche Owners Club, not just on the track, but also making sure that we have this broadcast. So one of the primary sponsors, the blue flag, is out for the driver up ahead, and that's going to be Bob Chang. But they're going to come down off of turn number 9, and Chang's going to get the lucky pass, as the checkered flag is out for the one and only Rob Walker. As he comes across the stripe, he will make it 2 for 2 this weekend here at Willow Springs. And Nigel Maidment is in second place, Ryan Moore in third. As you see Rob Walker waving to the corner marshals. Let's take a look at this battle here. Once again, we go back to the Alicia Ray train as she is trying to hold off Induja and Briganti for position. Spec Boxers actually for 14th with the 834.00 and the 700. You've got the blue, the red, and the Van Halen inspired Boxer coming down off of turn number 6, now setting up for 7, and then they'll come into 8. You see Briganti trying to look to the inside of Induja. Induja's not having any of it, and that gives Ray a chance to open up a little bit bigger gap, but you see that Ray's going to have to hold off Induja as they come down to turn number 9 for the final time this race. At speed, not going to be enough. It's about a 1 to 2 car length gap between Hinduja and Ray for position off of turn number 9. Keep it on the track, and the position is yours, and that's exactly what Ray's going to do. Checkered flag is out for the 834.00 and the 700. That's exactly where they'll finish on the track. So real quick, your race winners include Rob Walker in Spec Boxster, Aspasia Zoris in GT5, John Momeyer in Spec 2.7, and Randy Bergram wins again in Spec in GT7. As you see your Spec Boxer standings on the screen, podium looks like this. Rob Walker, Nigel Maidment, and Ryan Moore will be on the podium. Chris McDuff and Alex Maslov round out your top 5. Andy Bergeron, Ted Fretch, first and second in GT7. Great to see Ted knocking at that door of the win there. 1.2 seconds separate those two drivers. Aspasia Zuris and Jane Scarcello are 1 and 2 in GT5. So Jane was somebody to race so at the end, because in Spec 2.7, you saw John Momeyer get ahead of Vivek Hazari, and Momeyer, he was up there at the front. The safety truck's going to head out there and catch David and bring David Gold in. We're going to step aside a little bit and get some sort of views of the track as we get set for red qualifying.
Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it, just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive.
Willow Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points, and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today. Yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling. So we were going down the main straight at 100 plus miles an hour and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, if you kind of have to face your fears, if you can get through it, it's really rewarding.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend. You go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Welcome back to Willow Springs as we are set for qualifying for today's red group race as the cars head out on their first warm-up lap. Jeremy Scott here with you as we've got 15 minutes for each class, or each half, I should say. As we'll get you the grid for how the looks like that the drivers that we are expected to have in this qualifying session are yesterday's pole sitter Nathan Johnson, Mike Monsalve, yesterday's winner Dwayne Selby, Eric Olbergs, Anna Pradescu, Garrett Wesseling, Eben Benade, Blair Boyce, John Heldman, Thomas Stone, Roland Schmidt, Osei Apiagi, Paul Barnes, Rich Gildersleeve, and James Williams. Might be more, might be less, as we are still working our way. Again, these are the ground pounders. If you're just new to Porsche Owners Club, these are the cars everybody comes to line the fences for. This will be the first time by. We'll get to see how the warm-up laps start. And once they get their warm-up laps completed, they will start out there. Remember, you'll only see a lot of these cars for 1, maybe 2 hot laps, so they can save up their tires for later on in the race. They've got 2 races that they need to work their way through. Come up through the ridge. That's Garrett Wessling. 722, Abby Minade, Mike Monsalve out there as well. We'll see if Eric Johnson has anything for Monsalve. He had a lot throughout the race, but it just took a couple of lap cars to kind of slow him down as he was coming through the final laps. And it was a last lap pass, the last lap, I should say, last corner hold up by one of the lap cars, and Monsalve able to see that and went to the inside, and that was game over. So it was just so tight between the two of them, and now we're starting to see some lap times come in. So next time by, we'll have our first flying lap. All right, hot laps coming down the pipeline as Nathan Johnson, one of the first to come across the line. Still not able to beat Mike Monsalve's warm-up time. All you can do is laugh. 20.160. I think that was, he must not have read through the pit timing line. So Monsalve fastest with a 20.160. Selby second quick with a 21.166. Nathan Johnson 21.249. And Garrett Wessling sits in fourth right now with a 21.323. Looking at the record of Wessling so far this season, he's done quite well. Highest finish of fourth in Chuck Waller race number 1, but basically staying anywhere between the 4th and the 7th positions. Worst finish is 7th so far in the second Button Willow race. So plenty to race for here. And we got a waving yellow on the front straightaway. So something happened there in turn number 1 with a car going off, as that is... might have been, it's definitely one of the multiple white cup cars that we have out here. So we'll see if we can get a proper identifier once we go around. And the way it looks to me, it looks red enough, and I'm gonna wait to say which one it is. Looking up and down my order. Yeah, it's tough to see a number here, as if I'm a betting man, definitely not Prodescu. One of the might be Blair Boyce in the 80, but we'll get confirmation of that once we see the times go around once again. Nathan Johnson goes second quick with a 21.089, so good enough for second fastest. That gives Dwayne Selby a chance to capitalize as well. 21.166 is his fast time, 0.077 seconds behind. And now we're starting to see drivers come in. There's Rich Gildersleeve, your Spec 982 winner yesterday. And of course, he was second in duo GT2 races for his first wheel-to-wheel weekend at Chuck Walla, moving up to spec at 982 this weekend. So hopefully we'll see more of those Caymans, or the 982s, I should say, that end up racing in this class. There's Hannah Prodescu right now. She is sitting sixth in her number 100 Liqui Cup car. You also have James Williams with a 26.904, good enough for 10th in spec 991.2 and overall. And as you see, Westland calling time on his session, fourth fastest, 21.323 is his best time. And that was Eric Olbers, who had the unfortunate spin and go, 216, 492. So yeah, quick spin and go out of the number 0. He'll be back out there. And we got a slow car coming around. Okay, so it sounds like it was a pass by. You know, you're faster than me, so go ahead. I don't want to mess with your time. As Anna Prodescu trying her best to see if she can improve upon her 21.731. Prodescu doing quite well for herself so far this season. Last time out at Chuck Walla, pair of seconds. She was running a 3 second place in a row, but finished 8th in race number 1 yesterday. And I've got to say, that's you look at on paper how it's she finished 8th. Yeah, that's great and all, but at the same time, look, there's a lot of talented drivers here in 991.2, and the fact she's finished 3 in a row second, and right now she's 8th, not bad at all. So we'll see what she can do here as she worked her way through the qualifying session, trying to capitalize on a 21.731. That is her fastest time, almost there. 21.782 last time by, but I have a feeling she's going to probably come in and call time as we're just about ready to call time on this first half of the qualifying session. The rest of the field making their way around. And 11 cars in this session. We'll see the rest of the field here in just a little while longer. Nathan Johnson gets even closer to Monsalve's time and calls time on his session. 21.089 is the best that he can do down the straightaway. Let's see who that is across the line. Blair Boyce, we haven't talked about him. 22.289. That's 7th in class and overall. Gonna have some heavy hitters here in this second half of the session as well. Talk more about that in just a couple of minutes, but watching Mike Williams. Fastest lap out of him, 26.349, good enough for 10th in class. And again, Mike Williams, one of those drivers that is making his way up to wheel racing from running in time trials. Swept the Spring Mountain weekend in the Spec 991.2 class in the time trials when he debuted last time out at Chuck Walla. A pair of 7s for him. He finished 10th in yesterday's race. If he can improve upon that, and I definitely believe that improvement is coming for the number 23 as they work their way on. I think Mike's just going to call it a session right there as you see the 0 coming across the line. Not able to capitalize upon that 21.504, and there are a few, maybe 1 or 2 out. For the session. And again, because these cars are trying their best to save equipment, save tires for the 13-lap race. A little bit later on today, well, that's why you don't see them out that long, because they've got to have the same tires. A lot of them do, as a checker flag is out on this half of the session. See who that is coming down across the line. That's going to be Anna, and she's only going to get a 21.575, so that's good enough for sixth fastest, as she is 0.2 of a second off Eric Olber's fast time of 21.504. So that'll do it for first half qualifying for the red class. Second half coming up in just mere moments. Call checking in on the YouTube channel. Let's race some cars. Had some great racing earlier on. We'll have more throughout the day. Just checking the time schedule of off the Porsche Owners Club app. You can get that on your Apple, Android, or Windows. Almost said Windows. I'm so used to saying Windows mobile power device as well. Let's see here. 11:40 is still scheduled to be the time of the third and final orange group race. It's a second group race. They'll take us into lunch. And 1:20 will be the red race for 13 laps. Of course, this is all subject to change. As we know, the cars are coming out onto the course for their qualifying session for the second half. As they come across the pit timing line, it's John Heldman, Osei Apiagi, Scott Matz, Paul Wren, Jim Salzer, Paul Barnes, and Phil Town. Coming onto the course, of course, they also have Jim Steedman in that lovely 1979 911, and Roland Schmidt. Remember who's got one win on the season, and that was at Buttonwillow 1. See what Schmidt has in his number 31 Seco Worldwide GT3 Cup car. Also, Kelly Tripoli didn't take the start yesterday, and Mick Janaszak Jr. I'm going to double check that Kelly didn't take the start because I don't have her on my timing sheets from yesterday. So we'll see if Kelly did indeed race. I gotta say, if there's anything I love about this Porsche Owners Club app is you can actually go in and easily access Speed Hive and then make your way through there. Yeah, I don't see AAA. So AAA qualified yesterday, did not run, now qualified today. We'll see if they can get back out onto the circuit. I got 10 cars out there trying to get times. Green flag is out for this session. We'll let the cars come in, do their hot laps, or their warm-up laps, and we'll start talking lap times as we work our way closer towards race number 2 of the weekend for Red Group. No looks at times to beat because you only had Spec 92 and 991.2 in there. So really, we're trying to set fast times for GT2 and GT3. One driver we are missing for GT3 is Brett Gaviglio. We're hearing that he went back paddock, so he'll have to, if he does end up racing he will have to come from last position, which is going to make things very interesting, to say the least, in GT3, as some of those drivers are really looking to possibly get that win for the first time GT3 course, finishing off in second GT3. Yesterday was Paul Wren, so Paul Wren looking for that first win of the season. He's finished second, third, second, and second in his 5 races. Missed the Chuck Walla weekend this last time out. And we got some fast times coming through the pipeline right now. And indeed, Paul Wren fastest in GT3, 24:055. Paul Barnes, your quickest right now in GT2. Still, we got a big off in turn number 9, so that'll slow down some of the times. And that actually looks like that is our 1979 911 of Jim Steedman in the 14, facing the wrong way. Well, they'll get him back underway, but a waving yellow in turn number 9, and indeed, he's going to get that car pointed in the right direction, and he is back underway. So a couple of cars hampered by that waving yellow. We'll see if they can get back up, and yeah, we see that Steedman's just going to come right back in the pits, check with his crew, and make sure that everything is copacetic. Okay. Paul Barnes, your fastest in GT2 with a 28.710. Roland Schmidt, second quickest there with a 29.767. You've got AAA, your second quickest in GT3, the 511 with a 29.942. Opiagi comes across line again, 31.957. Of course, Opiagi basically dominating right now in GT3 time trial, winner of 4 straight events this season, and took home the win yesterday in wheel to wheel. Of course, those 4 straight events this season also includes a win yesterday in time trials. And of course, much like earlier, you also see 1, maybe 2 laps out of these drivers, as they too have to preserve equipment to get up to kind of save their tires. As you see, Jim Salzer climbs up the charts to fourth fastest, I should say, in GT3. And yeah, I should say, I'm going to hold back on saying where these drivers are, because times are falling indeed. Paul Wren, your fastest still in GT3 with the 23.701. Town coming up to the charts, 26.430. Still your fastest in GT2 is Paul Barnes, the 27.172. Lots to play for. You see the that's a 511 that made a pass there. Town as well, as they work their way through turn number 4, and at around turn number 4 down through 5, they'll make the downhill and then have a little bit of a ridge through turn number 6 into the Monroe Rise. As they work their way into that Monroe Rise, down through the wings leg and into the sweeper they'll come, as you see drivers trying to get their fastest time as the qualifying session. About 10 minutes left here to get a quick time, but not many drivers will run the full session. Paul Wren, quick time there, 23.701, 24.394 out of Salzer. So first and second separated by 0.6 of a second. As you see, one of the cars pulling off and deciding to call into the pits. I believe that's going to be Mick Janaszek Jr. The 939 fastest time for Mick was a 26.689. Osei has climbed up the charts yet. Osei having some problems finding some speed here, as he's got a 31.957, good enough for 21st in overall. So he'll be near the back of that that group, but he'll have company, and Jim Steedman back there. So we'll see if Osei can come up through the field. It's gonna be interesting. because he was looking really racy in race number 1 yesterday. So I'm kind of curious what the tall man can do here, and if he can work his way through the field. He's only about 2 seconds behind John Helbin, so he may have been just saving his tires, although he may be using the same tires for both time trials and wheel racing. So those tires probably asking for a little bit of mercy, a little bit of redemption, as looks like that they're trying to see if there's anything wrong with one of the cars. I saw that corner marshal turn 9 looking under. Wow, just like that, Osei proves to be wrong. Quick time in GT2 with a 24.42, so he had something there left hang. The race 1 winner now making a statement here. Got a big gap between he and Paul Barnes, putting some cars between the two of them. It'll be at least a row. Scott Matz in the 706 with a 27.128. Got finishing his first race of the season off in 7th place yesterday, as Father Donald running in time trials. I think I saw Don's time in time trials. Didn't get an official time there, but that was during warm-up today. So we'll see what exactly happens here, as time trials will be coming up later on today. You get to see some of that action on the YouTube stream as we step away from commentary during the PDS and time trial action. As you see some of the cars coming around, couple deciding to pit and take a break, because it's got a little bit of a gap between the qualifying and the race today. So your fastest qualifier overall is in the 991.2 class, or that is Mike Monsalve and Ethan Johnson second quickest, 9/10 of a second behind. So that's going to be interesting to see that race. And of course, you still have Osei Apiagi, your GT2 fastest qualifier with 24.442. Paul Wren, 23.701, tops GT3. And you got Rich Gildersleeve in the Spec 982, running only 2 laps with a 28.024. That's good enough for the tops there in the 982 class. Hellman had an off early on in his previous lap, although we did set a best time of 29.207, so the 697 about a half second off of Kelly Triple's fast time. Watching cars come off that 9th turn for their end of the qualifying lap, as we take a look at the start finish line. Still looking pretty good as we get ready for another session here in the grid. Again, run a little off schedule due to some incidents in PDS earlier on today. But it looks like that we are going to try and get this thing back under schedule. PDS Yellow up next for their run. And of course, we got only everybody decided to call time. 2 cars left on track. We might just have 1 by the end of the session. And I'm trying to see if I can get confirmation on who. I think it's Osei Apiagi still on track. And I got a GT Cayman still out there as well, GT4. I think that's going to be Dribble right there in the number 511. We'll see if they're going to come in. They've got that speed, like they might be done, but indeed they take the left into the pits. Let's see if the other car comes in, which I think they will. And indeed, that's all cars off the track. So Full qualifying set for the red group, and all cars have taken times. We'll take 22, hopefully, to the start of today's race. That's going to do it for us for just a little bit. If all goes well, 11:40 Pacific will be the time for the next race. It'll be the third and final race for the orange group, and then at 1:20 will be the red group cup racing for 13 laps. So until then, hang tight, and we'll see you in just a little bit to end the weekend here at Willow Springs.
Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it and just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive.
Willow Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points, and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today. Yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling. So we were going down the main straight at 100+ miles an hour, and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, if you kind of have to face your fears, if you can get through it, it's really rewarding.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend. You go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it. Just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive. I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
It's the third of three races for the Orange Group as we are set and ready for 12 laps of racing action. Only a little bit of a break from race 2 to race 3, but then again, it's great that we are racing it all. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Scott. Great to have you with us here at Willow Springs International Raceway. We are set for race number 3, race of the weekend for the Orange Group, race number 2 of the day here at Willow Springs. Lots of great racing action left to come. We'll have the Red Group with their final race of the weekend here in just a little while, but time trials are on the course right now. Real quick, Mark Berry, your quickest in this session with the 25. Osei Abiyaji, your fastest in this session with 24.826. Let me go to my sort mode. Mark Berry, second quick, and fastest in GT1 though with the 25.240. So plenty of great times being dropped. Osei Abiyaji trying to see if he can double up once again in GT3, both wheel to wheel and in time trials, as that session running just a little bit behind. Hopefully we'll be rolling in about 5 minutes or so for the scheduled time for the Orange race, which is supposed to be 10 to the top of the hour, which is going to be right around the noon hour, and then we'll go right into lunch. Of course, you see all the drivers, Rob Walker getting the final drops of fuel, and there's your front row right there. We'll talk about the grid in just a little bit when we send them off, but race number 2 for these drivers ended up starting our day today here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel. And of course, we saw lots of fantastic strategy throughout. There were some great passes, great battles near the back of the pack. Hopefully that will translate into the front of the pack as the checker flag is out for this time trial session. Mark Berry actually goes to the top overall, still stays tops in GT1 with a 24.437. Osei Abiyaji with a 24.826. Grant Graber still having his stranglehold on the modified 2 class with a 25.804. As you see, drivers getting set. That's the 917 of Ryan Moore, the Sunset Mortgage sponsored Spec Boxster. Of course, we'll have the Spec Boxster, Spec 2.7, as well as GT5 and GT7 in this field. So lots to play for as we get set for the third and final race of the weekend. Of course, they'll have a long layoff until we get to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. And make sure that if you've not registered for that, get yourself registered. Log on to PorscheClub.com, and registration's been open for quite a while. I haven't seen how many drivers are entered as of yet. I'd imagine 1, maybe 2 drivers, but we'll see how that plays off here in just a little while. And of course, as the field is getting there into position, let's take a look at the field as they will get set for this third and final race of the day for the Orange Group. There it is right there. Rob Walker will be alongside Nigel Maimet. They'll start off wave number 1. And take a look at row number 2. It's Ryan Moore in the 917 and Chris McDuff in the 732. Row 3 will be the 209 of Alex Maslov and the 227 of Nick Hillani. It brings you over to row number 4. Larry Haas, who had a great showing in race number 2, he'll be alongside John Krylo in the 682. Row 5, Branimir Kovac and Adam Abrams make up that row. Row 6 will be David Gold and Andrew Wayman. As you take a look at row 7, it's the 918 of Mike Porteous and the 184 of Brian O'Meara. Porteous on track showing as a 170. And on to row number 8, it's Karen Robinson and Alicia Ray. Kunal Hinduja and Gilbert Genti will be alongside each other in the 9th row. Go back to row 10, and it's Bob Chang and Ted Fretch. All alone on the 11th row will be Randy Bergam. Now that goes in the second start group, whereas Basia Zoris and James Garcella will be alongside each other. And John Momeyer and Vivek Hazari. Can Momeyer come off with the sweep? Lots of questions be answered there as Bergam and Fretch try to go for 2 races of first. Only one can do that. And of course, you've got Rob Walker trying to go for 3 in a row, something he has not done yet this season. As typically we see the 52 run 2 races out of the 3. We'll see what he can do here as the field starts to get split with down onto the grid. It'll be 1 pace lap and 12 laps of racing on the fastest road in the West. Road racing continuously since 1953. First race being November 22nd of 1953. And of course, you know it's on a lot of different movies, most recently featured on Ford versus Ferrari, which I just saw for the first time a couple of weeks ago on the flight back to the United States from my little European getaway. So it's great to watch, sit down and watch it after reading Go Like Hell. You see the field making their way around the circuit for the first time at a slow pace, to say the least. As we're taking a look at a couple cars that will actually start either from pit road or from the back. There's John Momeyer, one of your onboard cameras. He's trying to go for a clean sweep of spec 2.7. You see ahead of him as it's Basie Azuris, and I think that she's going to be the only GT5 on the circuit for race number 3. There is your third place driver in Ryan Moore on the 917. He'll be one of the other onboard cameras. And of course, we usually have our good pole sitter camera, which is Rob Walker. And that's not coming up yet, which, you know, that's the annals of technology. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. As you see Alex Maslov coming off there. Maslov, yeah, his best finish so far this season is third in the second Chuck Walla race. Let's see if he can match that or better it as they work their way around turn number 8 very slowly. That one car racing around that might... Ooh, we'll see what happens here. I'm not liking the looks of this as he slows down there for the second wave and try and sneak his way around, trying to get on the first wave. Sure, if race control proved that, we'll see here in a couple laps. Either way, coming down to the start is Rob Walker. Nigel Mayment on the front row. Walker got away clean in race number 1, not so much in race number 2, and that's Mike Porteous actually closing in, so we'll see how long Porteous stays out after that interesting move there on the backside of the straight. But either way, Walker, Mayment in row 1, Moore, Maslov in row 2, Killarney and Haas in row 3, Krylo and Kovac in row number 4. Eyes on the starter, and it is an early green flag as we wave out to 2-3 wide, and here comes several drivers, but I gotta say this, Mayment trying to make the most that he can. Moore tries to go to the inside of Walker, not gonna make it happen so far as they're side by side for second place. Walker gets away nice and clean, but everybody trying to slice and dice their way through traffic. Killarney comes from the 5th spot, and he's gonna make his way up to 3rd, or at least try to, as he tries to go around the high side. He's gonna settle for 4th so far, so at least one move has been made with Killarney taking that position away, as Rob Walker and Nigel Mayment are starting to open up just a little bit of a gap between the rest of the field. Green flag for the second wave as they make their way around turn number 1. We got our eyes on this lead pack. Is Spec Boxster looking pretty good so far, as everybody making their way through turn 4 at this point, downhill through turn 5, and now setting for turn number 6. It's Rob Walker trying to make a clean sweep of the weekend here at Willow Springs, up and down through the Monroe Ridge, down through Wings Leg. We'll see the field snake their way through, and back there and coming around turn 4, you see John Momeyer trying to get around the inside of one of the GT7 competitors, and he's going to not be able to do that as those 944s are going to open up just a little bit bigger gap coming around turn number 6. Again, we're working 12 laps here today. As the leaders coming down the front straightaway, it's Walker, Mayment, and Moore. 1, 2, 3. Got a battle for position with, it looks like Maslov in a battle there for position. Indeed, that is actually Killarney falling back just a little bit with Maslov finally reeling in the 227, and Maslov gets that spot. And now Larry Haas looks like he wants a shot at 6th place right now. Or 5th place, I should say, as Maslov moves up into 4th place. Little high back there between Krylo and Kovac. Then you got Abrams and Gold racing for position. And of course, I hate to say it, I kind of jinxed the wind, not only in and around the track. You see how much it is starting to shake. The good news is we're not seeing any fires around, so I won't have to worry too much about that. But your top 3, they have started to check out as they're coming around turn number 6. And they'll come down through 7, but Maslov gets around Killarney quite cleanly. Krylo and Kovac in a battle for 7th spot right there. Of course, you got Adam Abrams, David Gold also battling for position. Brian O'Meara, the interested spectator in that battle. Also watching Alicia Ray and Kunal Hinduja go toe-to-toe once again with Gil Briganti, the interested spectator. And Mike Porteous not too far away from that battle. Trying to see any other battles and near the back. Everybody kind of strung out in the different classes so far. But keep an eye now on the, we'll call it the Killarney Haas battle, as Larry Haas really shown quite well so far this weekend. And he looks to the inside, not going to make it happen behind them. You've got Krylo trying to keep Kovac behind him, and not going to make that happen, as Kovac with a good run coming off of turn number 1. I was going to say about Larry Haas, he has 2 best finishes so far this season, with 6th yesterday, 7th earlier this morning. And of course, if he goes up continues his climb up through the field and into the top 5, it's going to be a great showing for Larry Haas. As we said, got the Hard Charger Award yesterday, so no surprise that he's making his way all the way up through the field. Finally found that extra gear. And of course, knocking at his door right there is none other than Kovac. So Branimir looking pretty good in that number 318. See first and second making their way through turn number 8. They've gapped Ryan Moore just a little bit, but Maslov, looking at the lap times, he's not closing in too much. Got a battle further back there, and that looks like it's Karen Robinson and Brian O'Meara. I'm sorry, that's going to be Brian O'Meara. Karen Robinson, Brian O'Meara. As you see, Mike Porteous looks like he's finally making his way up through the pack. He was 15th overall. I think that he is leapfrog Ray and O'Meara. Will confirm that through timing, and actually confirming it with my own 2 eyes, as Porteous closing in on O'Meara and Robinson. Here they coming off of turn number 9. So whatever Porteous found, he found it pretty quick. Of course, he's running 2 seconds a lap faster than most of this pack. Now he's got to get around O'Meara and Abrams, which I think he's going to do quite handily. But no, O'Meara's going to go around the inside there of Abrams, and they're side by side. Porteous and Abrams are. That is for the 12th spot, as O'Meara goes up to 11th. And now it's going to be harder for Porteous to try and get around. He goes high, wide, and handsome around turn number 2, and he's going to make that pass happen. But now he has his sights set on the 704 of Adam Abrams. And I think once he does that, it's going to be game on for Mike Porteous. He started from pit road, had to get around the second wave, and now has his sights set on trying to close in. And he's going to have another 6 seconds before he catches up to the top 10, but still O'Meara and Porteous battling for position here to get themselves closer to the top 10. But Gold, he's basically in a zip code of his own between this battle, as he's running 2 seconds faster than these guys. I think Porteous may have lost a little bit of ground there. Not sure if that we can confirm that once we get across the line, as working 8 laps to go. Andrew Wayman. There's David Gold. Here in Killarney, may have lost another spot in turn 1 to Larry Haas. Haas trying to close in on the best finish of the season for him, as O'Meara and Porteous battling for that 11th spot. We'll see them come into picture here momentarily. But Nick Killarney, after winning last race out, I should say, or winning at the race 2 in Buttonwillow, just having so many problems trying to get a good finish together here at Willow Springs. Of course, we have a couple months off for him to kind of find that extra juice once we get to the historic WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, July 31st through August 2nd. So plenty of time. And here's the thing, Larry Haas is stepping away, and now Kovac knocking at the door of Killarney as well. So we'll see how long it takes for Kovac to get around Killarney. You see back there, those battles still heating up, and I do see that once again, And you got O'Meara and Porteous. And you got a little bit of a gap back to Abrams, another back to the Hinduja Ray battle for the Spec Boxster class as well. And by the way, in Spec 2.7, Mo Meyer with a 30-second gap over Vivek Hazari. That's not a safe gap because we know that Hazari, once he finds that extra oomph, he usually gets up closer to Mo Meyer in GT5. As Basia Zoris, your GT5 competitor, Chris McDuff, who we had in Spec Boxer, looks like he's made the change to GT5. So that's an interesting development here in the last couple of seconds, I should say, before the race. Now, remember, he was McDuff had a good showing in the Spec Boxer class with a third and a fourth, so he made some changes in that GT4. Rob Walker, though, oh boy, he's got Nigel Maidment to deal with here in just a little bit. As you see Mike Porteous trying to get up into 11th around Brian O'Meara. They're losing ground to David Gold, who's, by the way, 8.4 seconds ahead. Hello, little high there, but still a decent line going into turn 4. But the 1:70 of Mike Porteous, who's 9:18 on the screen, he's going to get that position. Go to the GT7 battle coming out of turn 7, or it's between Fretch and Burgum. Half a second separate those two. Oh, he's also got one eye on our battle for the lead, where Maidment for some reason has caught Rob Walker. It's a matter of passing, but let's also keep an eye on this battle here between Kilani and Kovac. Let's see if Kovac decides to go to the inside. He's going to look to the inside there of Kilani, and indeed, he's going to get that position through turn number 1. So Nick Kilani having so many problems, and that's going to give Krylo a chance to close in as Kilani shuts the door on Krylo coming out of turn 1, heading into turn number 2. They're nose to tail through 2 and heading into 3 as we're keeping one eye on that, one eye on our lead. And once again, like most Orange race weekends, there's this one race where everybody finds everybody else, and they're oh so close to one another. So yeah, you got the battle for the lead we're watching. The battle for, we'll call it 5th place, because now Kovac has closed in on Haas for position. There's your battle for the lead right there. And I've got to say, it's absolutely fantastic to see Nigel Maidment close in on Rob Walker. Now there's your GT7 lead, as it still looks like that the 22 is indeed ahead of the 713. So Ted Fretch ahead of Randy Bergram. You'll see them come into picture here shortly. And Rob Walker's doing a heck offensive master job, as Randy Bergram's going to come to the inside, and he's going to get the lead in GT7 for the time being. But I'm kind of curious why Rob Walker is using the snake early on. But here's the thing. He sees the lap traffic ahead of him. Let's see how they play out as they come through, as we got a car spun off in turn number 6. Not sure who that is, as they're going to back towards the tire wall a little bit. And Nick Kilani losing off to John Krylo there. But now the battle for the lead. Oh, man, I'll tell you what. If I am Rob Walker, I'm thanking my lucky stars that A, I made the pass when I did. B, that I was able to use one of the cars as a pick, because now that that gap between Walker and Maidment, it's at least doubled this time by. And of course, that also had a little bit of an opening there for Randy Bergram, but Fretch has caught up to Randy Bergram, and we're not sure who that was. I think that's going to be Branimir Kovac that spun off there in turn number 6, as he is falling down the order as Mo Meyer and Hazari have gone by, and it does look like that, yes, that is Branimir Kovac who spun off in turn number 6. So that's going to be another pick that Rob Walker will have to worry about here. But here's the thing. Branimir has been pretty quick, almost on the pace of the leaders. Now you've got this battle for position closer to the back of the pack, and that's going to be it's like one of the blue. We got Kunal Hinduja, Alicia Ray, Gilbert Genty involved in this one. And I believe that is, yes, it is definitely going to be the 704 of Adam Abrams leading that train. So right now it's Abrams, Ray, Hinduja, Briganti. We'll see that all swap over as they come across the line, because last time by, Ray was behind Hinduja by 0.034 seconds. So she was going to make that pass off into turn one. She did indeed. Of course, up ahead of them, you've got Porteous and O'Meara in a battle for position with one another. There you saw your Spec 2.7 leader John Momeyer coming around that final turn. Porteous coming from the back of the pack, trying to make some sort of pass. As look at how many passes we have into turn one today, as you see the field working their way around once again. And this time, Hinduja gets around Ray. It's close again, once again. So Ray just having problems with turn one. We'll see if she can close in. And you see right there, there's the O'Meara Porteous battles. They're locked in, heading out of turn number two and into turn number three. They're still side by side, but now O'Meara able to close the door on that right behind them. Abrams leading what is a tighter train than we've seen the past couple of laps, as Hinduja has finally found that extra bit of oomph to get up there. And you see the gap now that Walker has on Maidment, and it's, like I said, when I said it doubled, I'm more than doubled right there. But still watching this battle, a couple of great battles here between O'Meara and Porteous for 12th overall in 10th in class. And yeah, Abrams, Hinduja, Ray, and Briganti sitting back there. Of course, now that brings in John Momeyer possibly to the fray, as he is not too far away. You're on board with the POC president, as there's two packs of two there, but you look out of the back and you don't see anyone, which is absolutely fantastic for Momeyer as he makes his way around that final corner, sets up for the straightaway here at Willow Springs. Down the front straightaway, Chris McDuff with the fastest lap of the race, 31.035. So McDuff starting to think that he made a good move going from Spec Boxster to GT5 in the past couple of hours. Here comes Hinduja to get around Abrams for that 12th spot. Indeed, he's going to make that pass look easy, but Briganti trying to see what he can do to get around Alicia Ray for 13th in class. And of course, John Momeyer has finally found his head of steam, and he is caught up to the back of this pack, so he gets around Briganti. Now sets his sights for the Ray and Abrams battle, as Abrams has fallen back just even further since Kunal Hinduja passed him just a couple of corners. And right now you see the downhill through turn number 5 and 6. Work their way on the left-hander 5, and then up and over the Monroe Ridge. Down Wings leg, they'll come in just a little bit. And of course, all Alicia can do is just sit there and just let him pass here on this braking zone going into turn number 8. But she's not going to make it easy on John, which is no surprise. Why would you? In spite of being out of class, you want to make sure that you're still staying up in front. But those Toyo tires looking pretty good right now on that Spec Boxster. Of course, this is the last time they'll have to run those this weekend. And Alicia lets John by down the front straightaway. They come once again past the pit entrance. 2 laps to go for the field right now, as Rob Walker holding on to a pretty decent gap now. It's 6 seconds. Oh, there's a spin right there as O'Meara goes for a slide. Hopefully he didn't catch Porteous, and Porteous indeed goes around. So Porteous gets up 1 spot. That'll end that battle, as O'Meara, he's just sitting there watching traffic come at him. Oh, you saw that with Momeyer. Everybody able to get by. And now you see O'Meara finally able to point the car forward and go move. Tell you what, that's not something that that's not something anyone wanted to see. White flag is out as Rob Walker once again puts on a clinic so far with Nigel Maidment 6 seconds behind earlier. Let's see what he is this time by. I think Maidment realized that he wouldn't be able to catch up to the master that is Rob Walker. And in the lead right now is here comes your leader through turn number 4, up and over the ridge. He'll go downhill for just a little bit. Now there's a couple of cars up ahead that he can lap if he so desires. One of them is Vivek Hazari, but I don't think that he's going to push too hard because he's got a 7.7 second lead over Nigel Maidment. Down near turn number 6 they come, and now into 7, setting up for turn number 8. There's Maidment coming through turn number 7, but once again, Rob Walker completes the full sweep. As he comes around turn number 9, he can just coast from here, and the win will be his. Off of turn number 9, checkered flag is out. Rob Walker makes it a complete sweep, 3 for 3 on the weekend. He's your winner in Spec Boxster. Of course, there's Nigel Maidment. Maidment with a couple of great finishes here this weekend as he finishes second, actually all 3 races. So he bests his finish for the 5th time this season, and here comes the battles for overall position as John Momeyer and that number 6, your 2.7 leader, looking pretty good. And he's been racy with the back half of the Spec Boxer class. And I'm wondering how many of these drivers are thinking, you know what, maybe I should get into that Spec 2.7 because it might be a little bit racy. Still a newer class, so I wouldn't be surprised to see more of the Spec 2.7 battles here throughout the season. As right now you see Momeyer making his way across the line. He will finish ahead of Kudal Hinduja, so that will be a 12th place finish, which is really good for a Spec 2.7, especially here at Willow Springs. But around the final corner, Momeyer comes down through pit in, that closes in Hinduja, but he's not going to be able to make any sort of pass. He's going to try something on the inside, but indeed, I think he's just going to have a little bit more muscle. But Hinduja going to have to hold off Adam Abrams across the line. It's going to be Abrams nipping Hinduja for position at the line, and the rest of the field making their way around. What a fantastic race that we saw here as the checker flag falls on the rest of the field. As your last competitor to take the checkers right there is Vivek Hazari. Well, we started with 24, ended with 22, taking the checkers here at Willow Springs for race number 2. Let's take a quick look at the finishing order for this 3rd Orange Group race of the weekend. Rob Walker once again with a win, a dominating win this time, 12 seconds over Nigel Maidment. Randy Bergram wins over Ted Fretch in GT7. We head off to GT5, where the winner there is Aspasia Zouris over Chris McDuff. And of course, Spec 2.7, we highlighted that a little bit through the afternoon. That, well, I should say morning. Well, now it's afternoon. That was John Momeyer over Vivek Hazari. Well, you see the cars making their way into the impound area. A great finish for them. We have the camera up. Gonna step aside so you can hear the sights and sounds of Impound and the podium.
Thanks for watching.
What was the highlight of the race today?
Oh, just trying to hang with Walker as long as I could, and then gave up. Got too tired. It was fun.
Thank you.
When you slowed up, I was like, no. Because I wasn't trying to go past you. I was trying to keep caught up.
I couldn't get it in fourth gear, and I was just cruising through the entire turn 9 just in neutral, and I finally got it to go to third. For a second, I'm like, no. Yeah, okay. About to say, I think. I do have another gear lock. If you go back to work again later. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm like, oh, I gave Adam an extra place there.
What was the highlight of the race for you?
Oh, I was just racing with my husband, which is so fun. So that's his car, this is mine. We rode the GT5.
Perfect.
And it's always fun when we battle. We don't give it to each other, but you know, we make it clean so we don't run each other off the track. But we were battling.
Good.
And it's great. So it's so fun. Thanks for asking.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Girlfriend, I love you, babe.
Thank you.
That's where you're getting on me. It's out 1 and 2.
Well, that's just the risk you take when it comes to live coverage out in the middle of a racetrack. That'll do it for the orange group, as we have one more group to go as I pull up my handy dandy race schedule from the Porsche Owners Club app. And of course, our third and final race of the day, fifth race of the weekend, will take place at about 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. So plenty of time to get out there, get whatever you need to get done. But we'll be back here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel right around, I'd say 1:20 Pacific. So until then, we'll see you in a bit.
Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it, just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive.
Willow Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today. Yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling. So we were going down the main straight at 100+ miles an hour and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, you kind of have to face your fears. And if you can get through it, really rewarding.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it. Just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive.
Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today. Yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling. So we were going down the main straight at 100+ miles an hour and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, if you kind of have to face your fears, if you can get through it, it's really rewarding.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Well, it's the last time that these cars will be on track this weekend and for a couple of months as we get ready for WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca at the end of July, beginning of August. And of course, time trials are on course for their session right now, so we're just a little bit away from getting started. Hi, everybody. My name's Jeremy Scott. Glad to have you with us here at Willow Springs International Raceway for the third and final race of the day, fifth race of the weekend, but the second race for the red group. As you see, James Williams backing into his spot right now, getting ready for this final race. It's going to be an interesting one. 13 laps on the docket for the Red Cup as they get ready for their to see how much excitement we're going to have. And I've got to say this: I see Brett Gaviglio, and he's going to be starting near the back of the pack. That's going to be quite interesting as we will have so much to talk about here as Gaviglio will make his way through the field. There's the 948 of Phil Town, fourth place finish for him earlier on today. There's the 707 of Don Matz. Did not race yesterday, but is in the field for today's event. And of course, looks like Son Scott is in the field as well. A bumper crowd for this final race of the day. And of course, there's our Spec 986 contender in the number 307, Rich Gildersleeve. Gildersleeve on his second wheel weekend of the season. And lots of cars still coming up. There's the WR Technica in number 80 as well, making his way through the field. That's Blair Boyce. Seventh place finish, but again, this is a stacked 991.2 crowd, so no surprise that Boyce is making his way through there. And you see right there, the 31, a Roland Schmidt. First and a third at the first Button Willow, a third here this weekend at Willow Springs. And man, what a fantastic field of cars that we have in this race. You see grid getting the cars gridded up as the checker flag will fall shortly, and indeed it is falling on the time trial group. So once we get these cars on the grid, out of the grid, I should say, we will give you the starting lineup. While we're thinking of it, don't forget to log on to PorscheClub.com for all the latest news and information regarding the Porsche Owners Club, and also sign up for the next event, which is at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. That's going to be, again, July 31st through August 2nd. Don't want to miss that weekend, because it's not many times you get to say you race down the corkscrew and all around the circuit, the Andretti hairpin, the Ray Hall Straight, all sorts of fun little areas at the historic venue just in the northern part of California. So again, PorscheClub.com, the latest for the next round at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, and you can enter in there. The registration has been open for quite some time. And it looks like grid, making sure that everybody's paying attention. 3 minutes have been given to the grid. We'll release the cars here momentarily, but man, look at this field. Look, nice and tight, nice and stacked, as you see GT3s and Caymans all throughout, up and down the field. A little bit lighter than what we're used to in terms of numbers, but either way, you know, it's like I said earlier, it's graduation season. It's you know, so you got high school graduations, some colleges are finally graduating as well, and of course next weekend is Memorial Day weekend. Everybody's just trying to get everything all together for this you know, for this final push to end May, as we're just about set to get going. You see grid getting into place, the time trial cars getting off of the circuit. James Bowe with a 36.634. That's not the fastest time of the session. Quickly, the fastest time of that last session, Mark Berry, 25.325. Field of drivers coming down onto the circuit. Of course, we just got the reset from timing and scoring. Don't forget, you can watch timing and scoring on Race Monitor or Apple or Android device, or you can log on to race-monitor.com to watch the same timing that I am, and you can kind of keep track of your favorite driver. Let's go ahead and take a look at the grid as we're waiting now. There we go, as Mike Monsalve comes down the pit road. It was a tight qualifying for both of these drivers, but Mike Monsalve gets the better of Nathan Johnson. They'll start alongside each other in row one. In row two, it's Dwayne Selby and Garrett Wesseling. Wesseling with a good showing here in fourth. Row three, Eric Olbers and Anna Perdescu. Perdescu trying to climb and see if she can get into the top five sometime today. In row four, it's Blair Boyce and Eben Benade. Benade finished off fourth in yesterday's race. Row 5, Thomas Stone and the 636 of Paul Barnes. Barnes, your fastest in GT2 with a 27.172. Row 6 is Roland Schmidt and John Heldman. Your Osei Apiaggi will roll off 13th alongside James Williams, Osei, your race one winner yesterday, will have to work through a lot of cars. And of course, rolling off last in the first start group is Rich Gildersleeve. Move on to the second start group. Jim Salzer will be alongside Paul Wren in row one. Row two, Phil Town and Mick Janaszak Jr. Janaszak pretty quick in his time trial group. Row three is Scott Matz and Kelly AAA. Row four, and this is going to be the interesting one here, Jim Steedman and Brett Gaviglio. Again, Gaviglio not setting a time, didn't even show up for qualifying. Of course, Gaviglio working the worst finish he's had so far this season is a second Chuck Waddle race. Let's see if he can fix that and end up winning this other race. Again, he was your race one winner yesterday in GT3, so we'll see if he can double up on that here. He's got 2 clean sweeps of the season at Spring Mountain in the first Button Willow race, but this 991.2 race, I think, is the one to watch, as Nathan Johnson held the lead for a good part of the race, and it just took one bobble, one driver that really had problems letting him by that really spoiled the win for Nathan Johnson. He'll double it up off of turn number 8. And it's going to be a tight little gap between the first wave and the second wave, as you see right there in the back part of the circuit. But Mike Monsalve and Nathan Johnson will make up row 1. Dwayne Selby and Garrett Wessling make up row 2. Eric Olbers and Anna Pradescu in row 3. Let's see how we get this race underway as the field works their way around turn number 9 for the final time at slow pace. And here comes Monsalve and Johnson, 1 and 2, as you see them work their way through the pit-in camera, and they'll get set down the straightaway, eyes on the starter, as we are just about ready to set this final race underway. And there it is. Green flag is out, and Monsalve and Johnson making hay while the iron is hot. And of course, they're side by side through heading into turn 1. Monsalve with the advantage coming off of turn number 1, and Johnson actually has that nose out front, but he also has the line going into turn number 2. So we'll see if Johnson can poke his way up to the front and kind of leave Monsalve in the dust. Indeed, he gets ahead of Monsalve. So it's Johnson, Monsalve, Selby 1, 2, and 3. Garrett Wessling hanging tight in 4th, with Anna Pradescu sitting in 5th place. Through turn number 3, they will come. Now they set themselves up right-hander at turn number 4 in single file for the field so far, as everybody making a little bit of figuring out how their cars are going as they work their way around turn 4. Now set up for the downhill turn 5 up through turn 6. Something to watch here when we get back. Watch the nose of especially the GT3 Cup cars, as they like to have a little bit of lift through that turn 6 right there. That's why we call it the Monroe Ridge, as the second wave is underway. Osei Apiaggi looks like he got a decent sized jump on a couple of cars, but either way, James Williams falling back through the field. Not sure what happened there. And Nathan Johnson, no surprise here. He is commanding lead, about 3 to 4 car lengths. Anna Pradescu closing in on Garrett Wessling. That's for 4th place overall and in class, as they work their way around turn number 1 once again. So far, so good. Again, a little windy here, as you see that camera rocking just a little bit, but we'll see if Johnson can keep this lead. Of course, he's got to work his way through traffic, but really looking pretty good as they come around turn number 3, I should say. Now up and over turn number 4. I saw a battle near the back of the pack, and that looked like that involved Boyce. No, not Boyce. A couple of cars back there. I think there were a couple of white GT3s, but there's Roland, there's Gildersleeve, Mike Williams not too far on Gildersleeve. Also basically tight in the pack. Here is Anna Pradescu closing in on Garrett Wessling as they work their way heading into turn number 9. Usually Anna is pretty good about the second race, really saving her equipment during race 1. to be able to battle for race number 2. As you see behind them as well, Olbers, Benade, and Boyce all within striking distance as well for that 6th place. But Prodescu slowing down just a little bit. No harm, no foul. As Thomas Stone also closing in on that Benade Olbers Boyce battle. But looks like Monsalve's finally found that other gear as he gets the fastest lap, but nips Johnson at the line for just a couple of hundredths of a second, 400ths of a second, I should say, faster than Johnson. 400ths is, ifs and buts or candies and nuts. We all take a ride as they work their way around turn number 4 once again. And Benade opens up a little bit bigger gap over Olbers and Boyce. So he's letting those guys go ahead. You take a look at the gap, though. It's kind of remained steady between Johnson and Monsalve as they kind of trade blows when it comes to fastest lap of the race. And, of course, you see that Selby's broken away just a little bit as he tries to reel in at least Monsalve at this point as you're on board with your leader right now. It's a much different view than what we saw last time when we were able to hop on board the onboard camera. And coming around turn number 9, look at how steady those hands are as he works his way off of turn number 9. I want to hang in turn 1 because if we go through turn 1, let's see how his hands are. If they're steady, it's obviously very bumpy. I know they're talking about possibly doing some sort of improvements here to the big track at Willow Springs. They've done a lot of improvements to the streets of Willow Springs with paved runoff in certain areas. And I think that this is next on the radar. So it'll be interesting when we go back to end the season here, how that will look as you see how good Johnson has been nice and tight. Yeah, looking really good through turn number 4. And looking at that steering wheel, it looks like the only thing that he's cut off of that is the top. So a very strange and I would say almost unconventional wheel as you're on board with Brett Gaviglio, your points leader right now in GT3. Let's see where he's at right now as he is running down Paul Wren, and that is for the class lead. You take a look at the gap, and it has changed, to say the least, as Salzer has lost some ground there. But here's the thing. Gaviglio's 2 seconds behind Wren. He's running about a second faster than Paul Wren at this time as we got a couple cars off back there in turn number 5. One of those, it looks like Olbers could be Boyce, and if we get the camera downhill, we see at least one of them, so that's a bad problem. Yeah, indeed. So that was the Olbers-Boyce battle that we saw earlier on. Boyce is able to get by right now, but Olbers trying to see, was that the Boyce Stone battle? I think it was a Boyce Stone battle. Either way, everybody able to get their way around, and we have one of the cars that was involved. Okay, so it was the Stone Boyce battle, as both of those drivers are waiting to get going. Actually, one of them's waiting to get going, and that is Thomas Stone. Blair Boyce, Thomas Stone has gotten going, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens here if we have another stoppage of the race. And there's your leaders right there. They're putting the 80 one lap down, but that is a very sketchy place for the 80 to be. Of course, you see the corner worker there at turn number 4 trying to get a waving yellow out there and really show the drivers that is not a place where you really want to be full bore, because that is such a dangerous place right now for that driver to be. And we're waiting on word on if Boyce is going to be able to get going, but we might have to go full course yellow for the retrieval of the number 80 of Blair Boyce. Of course, Boyce was in contention there for position, as now you see Nathan Johnson start to put drivers one lap down, as Wessling holding and the Prodescu as she's fallen back just a little bit as well. So Abin Benade closing in on that 5th spot as well. We are full course yellow for the stop car there in turn number 5. Not sure what happened with the contact, but and now I think that, yep, we get the full course yellow out there. Better be safe than sorry, as Blair Boyce now gets his number 80 righted, and he is back underway. So there's your leader right there. And of course, now that we're full course yellow, there's going to be a lap car between the leader and second place. So while this could have been great for Monsalve, it ends up being not so good, as we will see Johnson slow down. And now they brought the full course yellow flags back in. So we're back underway for racing. And honestly, I have no problem with that. That is absolutely fantastic that, you know what, the incident's clear. We don't need to pack up, and of course, bring the flags back in, and we're back underway. So great handling by the Porsche Owners Club. And yeah, there's the green flag as we are back underway for racing. 7 laps to go. And here comes Abin Benade. You've got the battle for position back there with Wessling, and here comes Benade trying to look to the inside of Bradescu. Bradescu with a top 5 finish so far, as Benade is going to look to the inside. Bradescu is going to shut the door on him as they head into the right-handed sweeper of turn number 2. Through 2 they come. Still looking nice and tight. Bradescu is now closing in on Wessling. Remember, Otto was having problems trying to keep up with everybody through there, but I think this lap car here is gonna be helpful for Anna, and that is, remember, that's Jim Steedman in the 14 Navicon 1979 911 as they're single file heading into turn number 6. Turn 5 now through turn number 6. Whoa, a little wide there, but smart move by Steedman to get out of the way of this battle. And of course, Bradescu now closing in on Wessling. Let's see if she makes a move here in turn number 8. I don't think she's close enough. Neither is Benade as they work their way around turn number 8. Now heading into turn number 9. This is a good place for her to close in on Wessling as you see them come from right to left as they come now single file. And Anna, she's really looking like she wants to make a move. So we go back over to turn 1. I'm interested to see how this move works out. There's there's Selby as here comes Monsalve. I want to hang here because I want to see if Wessling, Bradescu is still hanging tight. So I'm hearing also that the 70 is also caught up to the 787 of Paul Wren. So we'll try and get some on board for that. But look at how tight that is through turn number 2. Anna's making a good show of this coming out of turn number 2. She's catching up to Wessling, who's right now in 4th place as she looks to the outside heading into turn number 3. Does she make the move happen? No, she doesn't. She thinks better of it as it's a great attempt at trying to get up 1 spot because she's got Benade breathing down her neck for that 5th spot. And this is, look at these 3. Of course, they're going to be coming up on some slower traffic in just a little bit as well. So we'll see how that works out. Rich Gildersleeve in the Spec 986 class running a little slower than what we're used to. I'm sorry, the 982 class, as he is 19th overall. It looks like he had some sort of off. Oh, Anna's all over that rear wing of Wessling coming down through turn number 8. Now across turn number 9, they'll come here shortly. And there's Wessling that's going to come into play. He might just go high, wide, and handsome and let the rest of these through, especially down into turn number 1, as it's going to really come really darn close. I think Anna might have a run here coming down the front straightaway, and so will Benade. But Benade's going to have a run even if Anna doesn't. Here comes Anna to the inside. Wessling shuts the door on her, and they go back to the outside. Gildersleeve, though, he is the fly in the ointment. Coming around turn 2, here comes Anna once again, as she's not only got to attack, she's got to defend the unenvious position of that. And now 1 car's going around Gildersleeve. Let's see if Anna can get around Gildersleeve as well and kind of use him as a block. But no, Gildersleeve's going to let off the throttle a little bit and let Benade and Bradescu around. But that gives Wessling a chance to gap those 2 as they work their way around turn number 4. This is also almost like the battle for the lead last time out at Chuckwalla, but a little bit different because this is actually just a battle for positioning for a little bit further back, as you see Anna getting ever so closer to Wessling. Such a good attack and such good work that the 100 Liqui Moly Porsche is doing here. And you see Abin Benade also doing his best to try and keep up with them, the two-time POC GT3 champion, looking pretty good. Of course, he's also a pro cyclist in his early days, so this is almost like a peloton to him as Wessling takes a defensive line and tries to open up a gap. He does a little bit. There's just a little bit of a gap there. As Gaviglio's fallen back a little bit. We'll try and find out what's going on with the 70 of Brett Gaviglio, but he's right now third in the GT3 class. It's quite interesting. Osei Abiaghi has made his way to the top of the GT2 classes. He's looking for a sweep here at Willow Springs, and Benade trying to throw his car anywhere he can to try his best to get up there and at least make a move. But I'll say this, Pedescu in the top 5 position, but is not satisfied with that, and I can't say as I blame her, as she gets a good run on Wessling. Coming up off Monroe Ridge, that run might be staved off by Wessling, and indeed it is as they make their way through turn number 8. Coming down around 8 and into turn number 9. So something definitely happened there with Gaviglio off or something. You see the time difference from lap 4 to lap 5, and that's about several seconds indicative of a spin or something there. Something you rarely see out of the number 70 EACR DBTW 2003 Porsche Cup car. On to the onboard with Gaviglio. And he's caught up to Salzer once again. It was about a 2-second gap. Now it's about not too bad of a gap as he looks to the inside of Salzer. Of course, you see up there as well. That is Paul Wren. So really the battle for the podium is going to be really heated up between these 3 drivers to see where they're going to be as they work their way through turn 4 and now into turn 5. So I've got one eye on that. I've got one eye on timing. Watch, a little bit of a wiggle there. But watching for this Wessling Pedescu battles, 9/100ths of a second, almost a 10th of a second, separating the 722 and the 100 last time by. And Gaviglio shows himself going into turn number 8. Not going to make anything happen through there. A little short straightaway, but really it's more of a curve heading into turn 9. And he's going to poke his nose to the inside of Salzer. Side by side, a little bit of a nose out front. The 10 hands. So far as they come off of turn number 9, you're watching the cameras there. And of course, right there, going to make it 3 wide down the straightaway. Monsalve is going to lap both of those drivers as you saw Nathan Johnson put this GT3 battle 1 lap down. So now while that is over, they work their way around turn number 1 and then through turn number 2. I think with this camera shot at some point, we're going to see the Wessling Pedescu battle as they are not too far away from there, because there right there is Dwayne Selby. Then you got to wait another 5 seconds until you get back to the Wessling battle. That battle's really closing in. Another car that's 1 lap down will be to play here. So we'll see if Wessling can use that car as a pick again, or if Pedescu does what I think she's going to do. She's going to look to the outside, but tuck right back in, heading into there. And if I'm Pedescu, I'm making the move before Wessling decides to make that move. That 5-6 complex, while it is challenging, still can make that move. As they come downhill through they'll go up the ridge in turn number 6, and they will get around some of that slower car. And these battles, they're going to quickly run out of time. So if I'm Pedescu, I'm making my move, and I'm making my move soon for position. Of course, this time it does not seem like that there's too much traffic between Johnson and Monsalve. I said that before, but hey, we'll see what happens. White flag is out. 1 more lap for Nathan Johnson as he tries to right the wrong that happened last time by. Here comes Gaviglio around Salzer, and indeed he's going to go to the inside, and I think he's going to get that 2nd place, and indeed he does, but he might be too far away from Paul Wren to make anything happen for position unless something happens to Wren here in these next couple of corners. So somebody might be able to slay the dragon that is in GT3. We'll find out here in just a little bit. However, we're still watching the Prodescu-Wesseling battle as they are working their way around the corner. It's not as tight as we saw last time by, but one more lap car may have something to say here in these closing final corners, the last race of the weekend here at Willow Springs. You see Gaviglio open up a sizable gap to Salzer, and now here comes Anna. She closes in on Wesseling once again, coming around turn 5, now through turn 6, as there is indeed a slower car up ahead. Will that have anything to do with it? I highly doubt it, but you never know. Stranger things have happened in motorsports. They're going to catch around turn 8 as Wesseling dives to the inside, and no, that lap car is going to shut the door on him. The battle's going to go to turn 9. Checker flag is out. Nathan Johnson wins over Mike Monsalve. Dwayne Selby sits there in 3rd place, but we're watching this battle for position between Wesseling and Prodescu. As they come around, it's going to be Wesseling who gets around the lap car, plays block to Prodescu. Here comes Benade across the line, and he's going to be ahead of Prodescu by 0.006 seconds. That was a fantastic pass there for 5th place. Benade gets Prodescu at the line. Eric Olbers with a good recovery drive to 7th. Osei Abiaghi with a win here in GT2. That's 2 in a row for the driver who's doing quite well in time trials. Paul Barnes, Roland Schmidt will finish 2nd and 3rd in GT2. And how about this? Have a day, Paul Wren. He is your winner in GT3. As Wren, his best finish of the season, coming off 3 seconds and a 3rd this season. So I don't think this GT3 battle is quite over just yet. Tell you what, a tale of 2 stories. You saw Nathan Johnson yesterday as we were on board at the finish. Threw his hand in the air, go, well, what can I do? Now he's celebrating as he waves to the corner workers. But a great finish from Spec 991.2. By the way, normally we see Monsalve with huge gaps. Johnson ahead of Monsalve by 6.646 seconds. That was absolutely fantastic as you see Nathan Johnson getting into Impound. Before we hand it off to Impound, let's take a quick look at our finishing order for the different classes. What is there to say? There you go. There's 3 of the best that we had all weekend long, as Nathan Johnson is your winner over Mike Monsalve. Dwayne Selby on the podium spot for the number 7. Garrett Wesseling and Eben Benade pips Anna Prodescu there at the line. In GT2, it's Osei Abiaghi, Paul Barnes, and Roland Schmidt, your podium finishers for GT2. GT3, Paul Wren, Brett Gaviglio, and Jim Salzer. And Rich Gildersleeve, your winner there in Spec 982. We're going to step aside for the Impound discussions. Well, that's racing production sometimes. Unfortunately, we've lost the microphone, so that'll do it for this weekend here at Willow Springs. I've got to thank each and every one of you for joining us this weekend. Don't forget, if you are looking for something to do at the first weekend in August, make sure you join us at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Registration is open on PorscheClub.com. And of course, all of us here at Porsche Owners Club, as well as on DriversEye Live, want to thank each and every one of you for joining us for this round of the Porsche Owners Club at Willow Springs. We saw some fantastic racing, and we're off for a couple of months, so we'll see you at the first weekend in August. Of course, my name is Jeremy Scott. Always remember to keep it pointed forward, keep it between the ditches, and always keep it greasy side down. We'll see you in a couple months. Enjoy your summer break, everyone.
Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it, just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive.
Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today. Yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling. So we were going down the main straight at 100+ miles an hour and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, if you kind of have to face your fears, if you can get through it, it's really rewarding.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.